So our cameras, there they come. All right, if I could ask you all to rise for the invocation. Pastor Ralph Green is going to give the invocation today from Christ Central Baptist Church, and if you will continue standing for the pledges.
It's my honor to be with you today, and I'm just reminded very quickly of what the Apostle Paul said in 1 Timothy 2:1. Therefore I exhort, first of all, that supplications, prayers, and intercessions and giving of thanks be made for all men, for kings and all who are in authority, that we may lead a quiet and peaceable life in all godliness and reverence. For this is good and acceptable in the sight of God our Savior, who desires all men to be saved and come to a knowledge of the truth. So it's my honor to pray for you all today as rulers and people in authority. Let me pray God's blessings on your time today. Father, we thank you for today. We thank you for your goodness to us. Lord, thank you for hearing rain this morning at my house out in 5 Points in Calallen. And Lord, we do pray for rain for our watersheds, that you'd fill up our reservoirs and lakes and streams for our cattle and farmers and ranchers. Lord, I pray for this commissioner's court today and all these esteemed members of this court, Lord, for wisdom for them as they make decisions, for your blessing and favor to rest upon them and their families, that you would make up for them the time that they invest here for the good of our community. And so, Lord, they have lots of decisions and important things that they do. And so, Lord, I pray that you would give them grace and peace and strength, that you'd give them wisdom all beyond their years, and that our lives would be blessed here because of their faithful service to you, the King of Kings and Lord of Lords. And we pray this in Jesus' name. Amen.
Amen. Thank you. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state, one God, one and indivisible. Thank you. You may be seated. It is Wednesday, the 21st of May. All commissioners are present. We are at 901 Leopard in the commissioner's courtroom. And it is 9:04, and I call this meeting to order. Let's see, do any of the commissioners have any disclosures, conflicts of interest that you would like to disclose at this time? If not, you can do so if an item comes up if you failed to do so. Moving on to item E, adopt the following resolutions, proclamations, and orders. Number 1 today and is a resolution in recognition of Mental Health Awareness Month for May of 2025. And Andrea from our office is going to read that resolution for us this morning.
Hi. Whereas mental health is part of overall health, and whereas 1 in 5 U.S. adults experience mental illness in any given year, but less than half receive treatment, and whereas 50% of all lifetime mental illness begins by age 14 and 75% by age 24. Because of this, early intervention and education are key and should be a top priority, and whereas 47% of U.S. adults with mental illness received treatment in 2021, which shows a great need for others who aren't receiving life-changing services. And whereas average delay between onset of mental illness symptoms and treatment is 11 years, not receiving treatment can result in health problems, substance abuse, and suicide. And whereas suicide is the second leading cause of death among people between age 10 to 24, and the 12th leading cause of death overall in the United States. And whereas depression and anxiety disorders cost the global economy $1 trillion in lost productivity each year, and depression is a leading cause of disability worldwide. And whereas throughout education and working together to raise awareness, we can help improve the lives of individuals and families affected by mental illness. And now, therefore, be it resolved that the Commissioners Court of Nueces County does hereby proclaim the month of May 2025 to be Mental Health Awareness Month in Nueces County, and further encourages our community to come together to help end the silence and stigma of mental illness. Together, we can realize our shared vision of a community where anyone affected by mental health conditions can get the appropriate support and care to live healthy and fulfilling lives. Duly adopted by vote of the Commissioners Court of Nueces County, Texas, on this day, the 21st day of May 2025.
Thank you. I'll make the motion to approve. We have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? The motion passes. And Heather, would you like Heather Lowe to speak on behalf of NAMI?
Hi, I'm Heather Loeb with NAMI Greater Corpus Christi. May is Mental Health Awareness Month, and while mental health should be spoken about every month, which is basically what I do, it's a great time to spotlight mental health. So 1 in 5 Americans, which is over 50 million, they do have mental health conditions, but that's just for people who have reported their mental illness. That doesn't speak to the millions who are afraid to go to the doctor, who aren't seeking help because of stigma. And that's a huge problem. But the more we openly speak about mental health, the more we chip away at stigma, which can be deadly. So this is why we talk, and this is why we don't stop talking. This month gives hope to those who might be struggling in silence, so they can share their story. We can share ours and know that they are not alone, because they aren't. It's also a good time to talk about the ugly truths, like how suicide deaths are rising. Like she mentioned, suicide is the 12th leading cause of death in the U.S., which is a tragedy. But even more, it's the second leading cause of death for people ages 10 to 14. I have a 10-year-old. And because it's the second leading cause of death for 10 to 14-year-olds, I had to have a discussion with her. And it was not one that I wanted to have. And that just scares me to death. And then suicide is the third leading cause of death for ages 15 to 24. And that hurts my heart. So that's why we have Mental Health Awareness Month. It's more than self-care and coping skills, which are very important, but it's life and death also. So that's why we talk. That's why we don't stop talking. And the conversation starts now with us.
Thank you.
Judges.
Go ahead.
I just wanted to say, and you touched on this, Heather, that it's really impressive, the work that everybody does, but especially you. And I'm not trying to single you out. I know that's what you're not looking for, but you do this all the time. I see your stuff on social media. I see what you do. Very courageous, very impressive, not the right word, but that's what comes to mind. So this is incredibly important to not only do, as you said, this month, but year round. And I know all the efforts that so many people do, but I definitely wanted to say thank you for what you do to create awareness. I know it's not easy, but you do it effectively and you do it consistently, and it's very much appreciated.
Absolutely. Go ahead.
And I know you're not here to promote, but I'll promote for you. You have your event on the 31st of this month. It's a fundraiser. I would love to go, but that's graduation, high school graduation for me, and so that's a busy day for me with our family and my son. But I also wanted to mention the issue of suicide. My daughter was impacted. There was a young man who took his life on the day he was supposed to graduate from the University of Texas at Austin. And I heard just a week prior there was a young person who took their life at A&M College Station. And so you think the best time in their life that they should be enjoying and celebrating is they made a difficult decision and maybe didn't have the support. But like you said, the more we talk about it, I think that's the way that we can honor those who have passed and strengthen those that need the strength and let them know that there are people who care, there are resources that matter, and that they can get the help that they need. This is not bad or wrong to feel this way. It happens to people. But there are individuals or groups that can help be there at a moment's notice to help literally save their lives. So I appreciate you so much every year to come and highlight this. Like you said, it's not just one time a year. It's year-round. And as parents, it's something we don't want to talk to our kids about, but we need to let them know how important it is if they feel any issues like this, that they talk to the parent or to someone else that they trust. And maybe that will open the door to help get them the support that they need in a short-term or a lifelong struggle. But Thank you so much for all you do, for your group. Thank you.
Yes, and I have the great honor and privilege of representing NAMI at their event this year on the Jeopardy game thing. So, Josh,
Can you
Brett
please
Chesney.
record that? Because I would really like to see Judge Scott on Jeopardy. That's for sure.
But it is not this Saturday, but the following Saturday. And what date is that? I was trying to give you a little plug to help get people, but we, anybody that wants to attend and get a good laugh, and I'm very competitive, and we are going to have some little training sessions. So I appreciate that they're coming in and going to help me. But it is, and laughter aside, it is for a great cause, and we do appreciate everything that you do and the organizations that are participating and stuff. And my team, office staff as well, is looking forward to attending and helping to cheer me on as well. Yes, so we have a proclamation for you, a resolution. Would you like to come up, and your team as well? We'd like to do a photo with you.
That's a gold star for you. Good to see you.
Thank you so much for being here. Yes, I appreciate it very much. Moving on to item F, we have Ms. M.K. Walling here to present the resolution that was read on the Senate floor when we were in Austin, and she has brought that for the court to receive. Thank you.
Good morning, Judge Scott and distinguished commissioners. My name is M.K. Walling. I'm the district director for Texas State Senator Adam Hinojosa. And it is an honor to stand before you today to present a signed Senate Resolution number 42, dated February 12, 2025, on behalf of State Senator Adam Hinojosa to Nueces County. The Texas State Senate recognized Coastal Bend Days at the state capitol with its rich history, natural beauty, and dynamic culture. The Coastal Bend is more than just a place. It is a thriving community where families come together, forging lasting memories and embracing the region's unique heritage. From its breathtaking landscapes to its countless attractions, this offers a wealth of resources that foster unity and appreciation. Your dedication to preserving the beauty and the spirit of the Coastal Bend has strengthened this county, shaping it into the vibrant community we cherish today. It is with deep admiration and gratitude that we recognize your efforts and celebrate the legacy of the Coastal Bend. Thank you very much.
Thank you for being here, and please extend our generous thank yous to the Senator as well. And I was in Austin when he read it on the floor, and it was a great day for the Coastal Bend as well. And I know he's quite busy right now, so he couldn't be here with us today. Would you like to take a photo with us?
I would love
that
to.
You could share too.
Yeah, it's kind of like when you ask someone if they want to, how do they say no, right? It's like
I'm kind of like, I feel bad for even asking. You want to take a picture?
Photo with you guys?
Yeah,
I don't want to do that.
Come on. Good to see you. Is it better down?
Okay, sure. They want us to take a photo. No, hello again. Good to see you. Good to see you. 2 days ago.
You're asking me to say no.
I guess you could say it's not necessary.
Got it. Okay. There you go. Doing all right? How are you? Oh, I like that dress. It's pretty cool.
Have a blessed day. Thank you again for everything you do. God bless you.
It is my understanding that there was no one signed up for public comment. If you wish to speak on public comment and you did not have the opportunity to sign up, if you could raise your hand or do so now, we'll add you. Otherwise, I will move on.
Can you put me down for public comment?
For real? Okay.
For real? Yeah, for real.
Yes. It's like, okay, I thought we had discussed that we didn't do public comment or something up here. I thought that was a rule that commissioners, because you already have the microphone, you're already
This
speaking.
is not part of the topic in here. That's the agenda.
Yeah, it's county
We
attorney.
discussed this with the county attorney.
Not knowing the subject matter of what you are wanting to discuss, if it is a matter of public interest as defined by the Open Meetings Act, which has a special provision, then there is a mechanism for that. However, we have had that discussion, and so, Commissioner, having been given the guidance before, that's all I can do.
So at what point can I speak on a topic that's not on here?
Well, if it's, and I can give you the code that shows the exception for items of public interest, which are not, discussed, or, dates of events coming up or things like that. Those can be announced without being noticed.
I'd like to announce an event that just passed.
Then the other rules apply as no discussion.
Okay. Oh, yeah, no, man, I'm not asking for discussion anyway.
Okay.
But I just want to say, it's an event we had yesterday in Petronila. I just want to thank the whole team that came together. Dee did a great job. The management, awesome job. Public Works, Union Parks, we all came together and they did great. I want to thank them for everything that they did. We were there till 6:30, and I want to thank Commissioner Pusley for Commissioner Myers being out there. Appreciate it, and I think that people really kind of saw the other side of the story that they weren't sure of. But, all the agencies that were there, I think I counted like 33, 34 agencies that were there. All were service providers of some kind. I want to thank them because of that. It really was a big success. Tatum was out there, and I want to appreciate them. So I just think that whole event yesterday was a success because everybody pitched in and was willing to go the extra mile. So I just want to thank everybody for what they did and for being out there and for the support and being out there for the people. And I think that made a big difference on the people, seeing elected officials out there and all those agents out there providing their support and understanding them of what they're going through. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
I'm going to sign up for public comment too. I think that's a great comment, Commissioner. And you thanked Commissioner Pusley and Myers, but I want to thank you and Judge Scott because I know you guys really jumped on this also from the get-go. So I don't think you should leave yourself out. And I know you don't want to thank yourself, but I mean, really and truly, there were some crappy negative things that I saw online that just weren't even true, and it's really sad when people try to take advantage of those kind of situations. So in the vein of public comment, I do want to thank you and Judge Scott and add that to the list as well because that's a big deal that y'all went out there and did. So thank y'all very much. Sorry if that violates anything, but tough. Sorry.
Okay, we're done. Public comment is closed. Thank you. We are 9:22. We are going to recess Commissioners Court and go. I am convening the meeting of the Road District 4. Item H1, discuss and consider allocating funds necessary to build the road previously washed out by the storm and parking lot by the Bob Paul Pier per the Americans with Disabilities Act, ADA, and safety requirements from the City of Corpus Christi for fire and ambulance services. This motion or this would be contingent on the General Land Office, the Texas General Land Office GLO final approval. Commissioner Chesney, I believe this is your item.
Yes, ma'am.
Or
Thank you,
Scott
Judge.
Cross. Yeah, I saw him walk in.
Yeah, this is an item, Judge, that this has been in the works. We've already done the preliminary work. Sorry, couldn't think of the words. We've already done the preliminary work. We've already funded the preliminary work out of Road District 4, especially in regards to the road that was washed out. And so, Scott, I don't think we have to make the road contingent on the GLO final, do we? It's just the parking lot, right, that we're waiting on from them? Because, yeah, so I'm going to make sure we're clear on that. But
It's both.
oh, it is both.
It's both.
Okay. So basically, this was a road that was washed out. Barrel, I think, did it way back when. And
Hannah did it. It took out a good portion of the parking lot. The road was kind of intact, but when the GLO started responding to the removal of the debris, they started tearing into the road, and I said, no, don't go any further.
Yeah.
So I was able to stop that.
so anyway, this is already planned for, already budgeted for. It's been in Road District 4 funds. This is just really the official motion to do that contingent upon the GLO's final approval, which we hope that will happen.
You
Yeah,
said
and
you
your
were
engine-
working on that.
Yes, and your engineering and design is completely done. It's 100% sealed, ready to go whenever we get approval.
Right. This is just the second phase of the first phase that we've already funded prior.
Yes, sir. Yes, ma'am.
So do we take the vote in here, or we recess and take the vote in regular?
No, we take the vote in here.
Okay.
It's got to be done in Road District 4.
Yes, go ahead,
I do too.
Commissioner
If-
Pusley.
Yes.
You were first.
Yeah, thank you, Your Honor. So, just to bring me up to speed here a little bit, where are the funds?
Road District 4, it's been a while probably since you've done this one, Commissioner, so I should have been giving you more background. Road District 4 there are funds that were created 40 or 50 years ago, this Road District 4, I don't even remember how long ago, and these funds are in Road District 4 and can only be used for the boundaries of Road District 4, which happen to be within my precinct because I'm Precinct 4, and so basically these funds have been sitting there for quite some time, and they will come out of that. They don't come out of general fund. They don't come out of our budget. It's a specific fund that can only be used for Road District 4.
Commissioner Pusley, this was created back in the 1940s, when the county actually ran the ferry system over there. And we had that rail, then it was a railroad, then a rail and road, then it was a road, and then, TxDOT took all that over. And so you actually had a board that was part of Road District. And when TxDOT got all that, the Road District, designation remained, but the board dissolved itself. And so there was, I think it's Martin Midstream out there at Harbor Island. They used to pay us to lease that property out there. I don't know what the arrangement is. All those funds would go into Road District 4.
They still do.
Okay.
Yeah,
So
they still pay that. That's where it comes from. Is
I
Road
thought we
District 4
sold that property to the port.
We did, but we kept the lease.
Kept the lease.
We
Kept
kept
the
the
lease.
revenue from the lease because it's about $100,000 a year.
Yeah, it's about
And-
100,000 a year.
Right, and so that was part of the deal when we sold the proproperties. We got to keep the lease. So
Okay.
it just keeps putting money in from that Road District 4 property. That we
sweet
sold.
deal.
Well, it's
The
not
only,
bad.
and the only, can I say something?
Yeah,
The only
well,
question-
let me finish here.
Let him finish. I'll
So
let him.
I want to I want to offer this up, and this may seem like heresy, but have we thought about talking to the city of Corpus Christi about sharing this expense? I mean, they're part of the reason why we're doing this.
The expenses, well, it's our road
Road
and
in
it's
the
our.
parking lot is ours.
Well, no, he's saying because the fire, part of the requirement is
Oh,
fire
it's
and
ADA.
safety and AD, yeah, and the ADA is federal, and then the fire and safety part about the ambulance, yeah, good luck. I mean,
Yeah, when they annexed out there in 2002, they annexed out on the island. if you read the annexation documents, they specifically list Padre Valle Park as being excluded from that annexation as far as any road support. That's why after Hurricane Harvey, you may recall, we were trying to fix Newport Road, and it was Glenn Sullivan who pulled out a memo, presented to me, and said, hey, we're not supposed to do this. It belongs to the city. So there are certain roads, naturally Port Aransas isn't Port Aransas, but at Padre Valle, all those park roads are considered park roads, and so they're excluded in the annexation document.
Okay. Well, I just think at some points we might ought to entertain those ideas, but anyway, thank you.
Good thought.
Commissioner Modis.
I'm
is
happy to run
next.
that interference. I just think that there's always an opportunity. It doesn't hurt to ask. Thank you.
Thanks, Judge. I have a question for our finance team. Do we know what the budget is? I was trying to look in our background documentation, but not the budget, the balance.
What's in that account?
It's $1.4 million.
1.4. And we use it, gosh, it's been years since we used it. I've been on the court, but it was early on, so it's been at least 6 years maybe, or maybe it felt like 6 years. But my question on this has always been, it's great to have it. It's great to have this source. It's great to supplement projects that are on the island. I have a 100% record of voting for things on the island. But do we continue this practice of keeping it like a cookie jar and using it only when we need? Do we incorporate it into our budget and help offset costs, knowing that there's expenses that are in Precinct 4, and this can only apply to expenses in Precinct 4 or that lie within the road district? Can we offset that in our budget somehow? And I'm not saying I want to do that now. I'm just saying I brought that up before, and I want to be consistent, because if we have a deficit or we have a lean year, which we think we'll have again in our budget, then a way to kind of offset some of that is with this balance, because it doesn't come up but every few years at least. So just for discussion, just to throw it out there, and it could float away and never come back. But I just wanted to at least bring that up, because if
Is it
there are only
required still to be only, or since that got dissolved and sold, is there limits to what you can spend this on? Still?
Yeah, we've had, I don't know, you can get Jenny to look at it, but yeah.
Road and road-related items, right. Lighting for roads. We used it to recover some of the roads after Hurricane Harvey at I.B. McGee, and that's the last time we've ever touched it.
And only still Precinct 4?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Road District 4, which is pretty much, it's not all of Precinct 4, it's some of, it's not even all of.
And it's not all in City of Corpus Christi, it's unincorporated, or where else is it?
Well, yeah, because some of our county parks or some of the areas, well, no, it's all in the city limits.
Yeah, it's either in city limits of Corpus or city limits of Port Aransas.
We could pull it back out another time and look at the boundaries. Like,
sir,
it's not all of
it's
Precinct
in both
4.
Cities.
And yes, Road District 4
yes, sir.
Each incorporates Port Aransas.
Yeah,
cities.
yeah. I'm incorporated either Port Aransas or City of Corpus.
Okay, so there's no middle ground, or just no man's land, unincorporated. Okay. All right. Thank you.
Commissioner Gonzalez, you were next. You might as well stay, Scott.
Okay.
Don't leave.
I just want to bring this up. Commissioner possibly asked a good question, because, yes, I remember back then, and Scott, and Commissioner, I think that District 04, it doesn't say Precinct 4, it says District 04, what's attached to District 04. If it's a road or lighting and it's attached to District 04, we shouldn't be waiting for GLO to give us the green light if it's okay. Evidently, there's a reason they were waiting for the green light, right?
Well,
it's not hold on.
Yes, sir. I'm sorry.
It's not attached, and the thing is, we're doing a road that's not part of the road. We're doing a parking lot that's not part of that statute that says we can do parking lot. But and I really don't care, but I just to me, whenever we need money, we go to that pot. But I think if it's going to be used for other things outside its means, but I think our other districts should be able to use it too somehow and get the GLO agreement approval. I think somebody said cookie jar, yeah. It is a cookie jar for Precinct 4 when we need the money. So, but I think, for me, if we're going to use it outside those means, and maybe I need it for something else. Maybe Commissioner Puzzle needs it for something else. Maybe somebody else needs it. That's something we need to do. I don't know how you're going to connect it to Road District 4 because, and right now we're not even connecting it either because it's a parking lot and it's a road by the Bob Hall Pier, right? So again, this is what we're waiting for the clearance. I mean, that's, when you say waiting for approval, then it kind of reminded me of some of the things we've been going through for a long time ever since Judge Neal was here. That we couldn't use it for certain reasons, for certain things. So, Jill says okay, I think it's okay. I don't.
No, but it is, Commissioner, just to be clear, this is in Road District 4, and this is a permissible use in Road District 4 because it is a roadway connecting to a parking lot, which is considered a public roadway. So it is a qualified and verified expense verified use of this, and it is in Road District 4, and it is a road that connects to a parking lot, which is a public parking lot, which is considered part of a roadway. The only reason, believe me, we could be here all day talking about the reasons why we're having to work with the GLO on this. We don't believe we should have to wait on it, but we're trying to work with them as nicely as we can to get this done because they control the beaches and they control, so we have to try to, let's play as nice as we can.
Yeah, we'll have to go through a no dune protection permit because we're not impacting any dunes through that process. Their hang up is the Texas Administrative Code, and they're citing some stuff that was done in the late 90s, but they forget that we recovered that parking lot and the one at Horse Caldwell Pier after Hurricane Ike, which was in 2008. We did that in 2009. So the other issue has been our debris contractor. We have Crowder Gulf and Tetra Tech, which is our debris recovery people and our monitor. GLO has the same people. Ours are approved by FEMA just like theirs are, so there's no issue there. Anyhow, so I'm working with the people that I've been tasked to work with to try to get through this without involving any elected officials. So if you allow me the process to do that, then I'm trying to get what I can get done.
Right, but again.
And what's the amount we're asking for?
Say again, sir?
What's the amount we're asking for?
$1,063,907.
For the whole amount that's there?
No, there's 1.4 that's in there, and so this will take up $1,063,917.90, and that includes the entire road and the
parking lot.
The parking lot by Bob Hall Pier.
And we'll have ADA. Without it, we cannot meet federal, state, and city ADA code requirements. We'd be in violation.
My question, again, I'm going to ask you just maybe the way I feel. Inland parks, do they have any money to take care of some of this stuff?
Who, GLO?
Inland parks, coastal parks, I'm sorry.
No, I don't. Not unless I've got grants for everything else I'm doing, but no, I don't have any spare capital outlay to do this. My capital outlay was all but wiped out last time.
Coastal parks, they have no money in reserve.
Nope. No, we went bare bones last 2 years, and we went bare bones. Just like everybody else did.
All right, I'm just asking.
I agree.
Sure.
Yes, it needs to be asked. And this is contingent upon
Yes,
approval by the GLO.
Yes, ma'am.
I want to be clear about that because I don't want to move forward with something that we're still waiting on an answer.
So, Judge, I need to clarify. So, this is not part of the pier project itself. This is
Correct.
addition.
Correct.
Because we have to address the parking.
Yes, sir.
Get people to and from.
And the road, and it's been again.
And the road.
And it's been, this has
right.
been part of the project from a different funding source from the beginning because this Road District 4 has already approved, I think it was $250,000 originally for the design.
Yes, sir.
Part of this. So we've already made expenditures from this Road District 4 a couple of years ago for the design of this. So it's always been a part of it, just from a different funding source. So this is just the continuation of what.
And it connects to the main entrance of the park. So it has connectivity to our ADA accessible restroom, which is on the beach, and connectivity to the main entrance of the park. And it's just necessary. You're not going to get a delivery truck out there if you try to drive over that loose sand in the summertime. They'd get stuck. But it's much needed. it's much needed.
Yeah. And honestly, I don't know what we would have done had we not had this fund, to be honest. So, I mean.
Well, I get it. I mean, it's definitely what's needed.
Storms are no good.
But we should have, I mean.
Well, we're going to go back.
I guess was my issue is pure budgeted, knowing that we had this extra funding, because it would have cut you back.
No, 100%.
You would have to cut back?
No, because
scope of the
we have,
no?
that's what I'm trying to say, is we've already, I know it's been a while, but we've already had the discussions about this road in this court. And this court, as Road District 4, voted on the $250,000 for the design, knowing, but it's been a couple of years since we've done it, so there's no reason for everybody to remember it. That's why I'm trying to remind people, is we did this before. We paid for the design out of it with the intention of then paying for the road out of it, because we don't have any funds anywhere else to pay for it. So it's taking the money out of Road District 4 to use for road projects, which it's intended to do. And it's just been a couple of years since we've discussed it. So there's, like I said, there's no reason for you to remember it, but we already have approved the design out of here, thinking we were going to come back and then prove the road out of it. The reason we haven't is because we've had problems with the GLO, and it's delayed us, or I would have done this a year and a half ago. But we've been dealing.
You can't do the parking lot, though, until you get done with the pier. All those cranes and stuff would just tear it up.
Right. This comes at the end. So,
Do you want to make a motion?
I just wanted to make sure everybody had a chance to speak first. So. I would make a motion then to allocating the fund necessary to build the road previously washed out by the storm and parking lot by Bob Hall Pier per the American with Disabilities Act and safety requirements from the City of Corpus Christi for fire and ambulance services, and this is contingent on the Texas General Land Office final approval. That would be my motion.
I will second that motion. Is there any other discussion? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed?
I'm going to abstain on that one. I mean,
4 ayes, 1 abstain. Commissioner Gonzalez, if you weren't looking up, sorry. So it is 9:39, and I will adjourn the meeting of Road District 4 and reconvene our regular meeting. Is there any commissioner that has something they wish to pull up out of the consent agenda for further discussion? Yes, Commissioner Huxley. H. Any others? Then I would make the motion to pass the consent agenda excluding item H for further discussion. I made it. Do I get a second?
Second.
We have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
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 Any opposed? The motion passes. Commissioner Pusley, item H, approve the board application procedure for the TERS number 6 for Reese Village.
Yes, thank you, Your Honor. I read the resignation letter by Mr. Moody, and for me, it kind of raised some concerns about what exactly is going on with this tax reinvestment zone, and maybe we need to have an update on exactly, what is happening there, and whether or not we think this is a real project anymore before we go much further with it. So. The city is involved in this as well, so.
I think we could put the application, open the application process and keep it open until, like, say, our next meeting, and then we could get that update and decide at that point.
Yeah.
That'd be all right?
Yeah.
Because I agree with you. I think there's definitely some concerns over what's going on.
Yeah.
The next meeting is the 11th. We have on here opening from May 21st to June 18th. Do we want to do it to the second meeting in June? And
No,
to
I
allow
think
for
June
more
18th
time?
is fine, because we'll have a meeting beforehand and we can get our update, right? So
Okay.
we won't close the applications until June 18th?
Sure.
Okay.
Is that okay?
Yeah, well, I'm fine with that, yeah.
And then how do we get an update, I guess, because we want to put that on for June 11th. We don't want someone to.
Well, I guess the developer, yeah, I understand. I don't know what the best process is, but
Maybe Heather comes over?
And
Yeah.
talks to us about it, yes.
yeah, that might be a good
That's
thing.
a good thought.
Maybe we could
Yes.
ask.
Yeah,
Heather for an update, yes.
yes.
Good. I don't know who wants to be the one to
I'm
reach out.
sure Peyton and Tara are both paying attention, and these two ladies are making notes, so someone will reach out and let her know that we would like her to
So
be
we'd
on the
like to have an
11th. Yes.
update. Yeah. Okay.
Okay.
Thank you, Your Honor. That's all I had.
So you want to make the motion
I'd
to?
make a motion to approve item H as submitted.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? The motion passes. Moving on to our regular agenda, item 3A1, we just did in the other meeting. I think we thought we had to come out of that meeting to vote. I'm going to pull up item 4 because we have the gentleman here with the South Texas Military Task Force. We're going to receive an update from Kristen Cook and
Well, good morning, and thank you, Judge and Commissioners, for letting me present today. I'm Preston Cook, Executive Director of the South Texas Military Task Force. Next slide. Our mission is to preserve, protect, promote, and expand the value of our area military installations in our area. This includes, the next slide, Coast Guard operations, Naval Air Stations, Corpus Christi and Kingsville, Corpus Christi Army Depot. You might have seen the notice that Corpus Christi was finally designated a Coast Guard city. We are the first city to be designated in Texas as a Coast Guard city, very appropriate for us since we have very active Coast Guard operations in our area with the air station and sector. So congratulations to our community. I think there will be some celebrations in the future for that. Most of my presentation today are concerns about the Army Depot, and I'll show you the next slide. As you know, there's lots of efforts to look at the helicopters in the Army and replace them with newer versions. This is the Flora, a new advanced attack aircraft the Army is considering. There's been lots of things in the news about moving forward with this project, and of course we're concerned. How does that affect Army Depot? The Army Depot, they overhaul Chinook helicopters, Black Hawks, Apaches. They do work for foreign nations as well. And, the depot is ending some of its work on the Victor model upgrade for Black Hawk since the agreement they had with the Army for several years. Those aircraft finish up next year. There's lots of downturns in workload. We've talked to the Army about that, and we have some concerns. Next slide. Also, we have concerns about the competition for this work. As helicopter repairs become less and less, there's more competition for that limited depot level work. Here's a contract for $71 million for, look at that, depot level support work to be done in Orlando by Lockheed Martin. Great company and everything like that, but we do have concerns that this is workload that the depot could have been doing. And, we keep an eye on that through our congressional representatives. We point out this information. As a matter of fact, our group, and by the way, I'm joined by Kyle Hogan, Corpus Christi Army Depot Commander, retired Colonel, Gary Bradford, esteemed member of our task force and a member of the Texas Military Preparedness Commission, and Jenny Cross from the Chamber of Commerce. And thank you all for being here today to represent us. They know a lot more about this stuff, especially Colonel Hogan, than I do about helicopters. But, we're glad to have them here today.
At least we know why Scott Cross really showed up today, right? All right, that's fine.
We have the whole Cross family here today, yes.
Right.
Next slide. This is the concern. I did some research on civilian employment at the depot. Yeah. And, we're always talking about, we're concerned about base closures, things like that. But if you look back into 2011, the depot had approximately 6,000 employees. And this is, of course, when we were at wartime. And there was plenty of work. The depot was operating on multi-shifts. But, since 2017, you see that downward trend. And basically, a depot runs as a business. It can only, operate and hire enough employees for the work it has because it runs on a profit or loss. If they have lots of employees and they don't have the work, their rates go up, and the depot actually competes for workload with companies like Lockheed Martin and folks on the outside. So they have to be competitive. The real concern I see as you look at those asterisks for 2026 and 27 is, 2,700 employees right now, potentially losing 1,000 workers over the next 2 years. And that's significant. You have not seen the depot at that level ever since back in the 60s. Our task force is very concerned about this. We ran these numbers by depot leadership, and surprisingly, the word I got was, yep, that's about right. And they are restricted on what they can publicly say about their workload, but we are presenting this to our representatives in Washington. We're developing a kind of a war plan on how to attack this. Judge Scott was part of our executive committee a couple of weeks ago. As a matter of fact, she said, Preston, you need to present this to our commissioner's court. That's why I'm here today. I expect this to, gain a lot of attention. I'm open to your questions about that, but our task force considers this very, very important. The depot is critical to our area economy, and we appreciate your support. And thank you again for your continued financial support to the task force, because we couldn't operate without you. Thank you. If there's any questions.
Any questions, anyone?
I have some questions.
Commissioner Miles first.
This is significant in the job loss. The Army Depot has always been, or for the last several decades, has been a catalyst in supporting middle-class growth in our community. My grandfather, my mom's dad, worked at CCAD, as did a couple of her brothers. My father-in-law, my father. It's generational. They had middle-class livings that they were able to help support and sustain families. And I have a lot of friends who work at CCAD, and you hear all kinds of rumor mill going on, and they're just kind of talking what they're hearing, not sure how accurate it is. But you're kind of confirming here that there's a potential to lose a significant amount of jobs. Obviously, our members of Congress, our senators are well engaged with our community. We know that every year that we contribute to the South Texas Military Task Force with funding from the county. I know the city and other entities do that as well. So I don't want to really ask. I'm not here to point fingers, because I would never do that, because I appreciate the work y'all do. But how did we get here? Was this like a slow boil? Like, was this something that we just snuck up on us and we just didn't catch? I mean, when you look at the data from just the last up to 2017, so the projection for over 16 years, that's a pretty dramatic decrease, going from 5,900 to basically 1,700. I mean, obviously somebody knew about this. Obviously y'all have been advocating. Obviously things have been brought up. And I look at the states that you offered that clip on, and they're helpful. And I mean, I'm sure I have constituents that are from these great states originally, or have family there, so I'm not going to bash those great states. But we're Texas.
Yes.
And not only Texas, we're Corpus Christi, Nueces County, Texas, which is big military. Like you said, Coast Guard, city designation. I don't know how communities can get so much. Now, Orlando, I get it. That's a booming metropolis now with everything that they have going on there. But in competing with other communities, what is it that we are lacking? Is it we're just getting out politicked at the congressional and senatorial levels? Is that what's happening? Are these communities that are winning these awards, do they have tenured members that are on the armed services committees or other appropriations committees? Is that what's really hurting us in the end? Because it seemed like this has been happening for a while. I remember Congressman Ortiz, he was tenured, but even he only was able to do so much, and we took some hits. So once again, I'm not here to point fingers, right? We're here to figure out what can we do, what are our next steps. We have a great team in place, but are we just getting out politicked? Is that part of it? There's members who are really advocating for the community.
Commissioner, you see some heads nodding here.
Yeah.
That is
Very
part
much
of it.
so.
Okay.
As a matter of fact, Colonel Hogan and Mr. Bradford and Wes Hoskins and I went to Huntsville, Alabama, which is the headquarters for the Army Depot, for the Association of the U.S. Army meeting. And what we saw was incredible community support in the Huntsville area for their helicopter repair operations, significant congressional support from the Connecticut sector, which is, home of Sikorsky aircraft, and in many ways we're being outgunned. And it's just, that's the reality of it. The other part of it is the Army needs less helicopters. And, what the depot, they can only operate on what the Army provides them or they compete for. And we see this fast rush for the new type of helicopter, and the Army depot in Corpus Christi, again, will compete for that workload in the future. But the best thing, one of the things that we think CCAD can do is look at other sectors within Department of Defense that have rotary wing aircraft and show them that they are a good deal for the taxpayers and a good deal for that service to do the repairs in Corpus Christi. So we will work with CCAD and help them, although they can have limited marketing capability, to show here's the capabilities in our area right now. We have the equipment, we have the employees that are trained up to do the job. We don't want to lose them, and that's our prime impact that we're trying to do right now.
And so, in closing, I got to go to the Blue Angels with my family.
Yes.
We hadn't been on base in several years because they'd been doing it there along the shoreline. So it was nice to kind of come back. I remember when I was a young child and would go to the base and watch the displays there along the runway. And, the base has changed. It looks a little older. Right, and there's some wear and tear there, and having been on other bases before, you kind of see the difference. So I think it was helpful that the public, or at least those who were paying attention, got to kind of see how some of the infrastructure looks. I know that we at one time attempted to work on was it ISAG, or what was it, that one group, the infrastructure group that we were on a partnership with
DA, the grant was
yes,
stated.
That's right.
Yes.
And then now I think the city does it. So that's great, because I love that. I think that partnership is what we need to show that, and I think y'all have said that before. So I just, whatever we can do, I mean, this, like you said, I mean, you're gearing up, you're doing all that you can. If it's sending delegations, if it's, starting really to stir the community up, because like I said, my buddies who work there, they're aware, but beyond that, if I wasn't on a text message chat with them talking about fantasy football during football season, I wouldn't know every once in a while they're talking about the base and their concerns, their worries. So if we need to ring the bell now and get us mobilized like during BRAC, then tell us what to do, and if maybe this is that first step to do it, then let's get it going, because we cannot afford to get to that level, that drop in level of employees. And like I said, I just think of the livelihood it gave to my grandparents and to my family and my in-laws as well. And it gave me opportunities to be able to excel in life. But if we lose such a significant portion, then I know other communities have been able to bounce back, like San Antonio and others, even Beeville to a certain extent. But once they're gone, it's a hard hit to ever really recover from. So I thank you for bringing this up.
Agree. Our first thing is to raise, community awareness, and that's what we're trying to do right now.
Thank you.
So thank you.
And I think there are plans to potentially travel to DC, and I am making myself available to attend as well. Commissioner Pesley?
Yeah, thank you, Ron. So, have y'all made this presentation to the city yet? Or?
Not to the city. We presented similar numbers at our task force quarterly meeting we had a week ago, and there were representatives from the city there. They are aware of these numbers, and there's concern at the city level, definitely.
So obviously they don't work on there's no plans for them to work on the Osprey here at this base. I would assume that that's true.
Not at this point. It's a different type of tilt rotor aircraft than the Osprey, but the Army hasn't made depot repair decisions yet for that aircraft. It spends, and once it comes off the factory floor, it spends a period of time being repaired by the original manufacturer. At the same time, you're setting up secondary repair operations, but that'll take years.
Yeah, I just think it's interesting that they're shifting to this aircraft, and with its sketchy safety record in the past, it's just very interesting to me. But anyway, Well, I guess along with Commissioner Mars' comments, I mean, we need to put a plan of action together, obviously. It entails both the city, the county, and everybody in between, our legislators that represent us in the federal government. This is a serious issue. I mean, this used to be one of the largest employers in the city of Corpus Christi, and these numbers are pretty frightening. So,
Agree.
thank you very much for the presentation.
Thank you, Commissioners.
Any other
Thank you, Judge.
comments or questions? No. Thank you all very much for being here. Appreciate all that you do, and let me remind everybody, all of you that do this and travel, I think you do this on your own because of the importance here, and we greatly appreciate that from our South Texas Military Task Force too. So, yes, and I'm happy to help and happy to go and do whatever I need to do to help with those trips anytime.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Mm-hmm.
Judge, 3A1 needs to be tabled since we have already handled that. It was just a carryover from the last meeting.
Yes, I skipped it, but motion to table, I'll
Yes,
second that. All those in favor say aye.
That's an indefinite table.
Yeah,
too.
it's off.
Yes, ma'am. 3A1, it's a repeat
It's a
and
repeat,
carryover.
we'll carry over. So there was a motion and all unanimous to table.
You just did it, yeah.
Right.
Yes. Moving on to item number 2, discuss and consider the authorization of premiums for a 1-year policy term for property and liability insurance renewals per the broker of record and any related matters. And Mr. Carlisle's here. Mr. Everest has spent a lot of time and effort on this, so thank you very much. You should have at your seat a printout that he passed out, I believe, this morning.
That's correct, Judge. Good morning. Good morning, Judge. Good morning, Commissioners. AccuShare, Carlisle, and myself began working on these renewals the 1st of February, so there has been some time put into it. Before years, we got our regular property coverage, but we wanted to present to the court options. Like last year, we went out, we had different options. The difference between this year and last year, we've had about a 4% increase in our total in value. Just wanted to make you aware of that. So we have about $408 million worth of insured value, or total insured value. If you want, look on item 1 in the left-hand column with the property and windstorm insurance, there's 3 options there. The first option is all risk excluding flood, excluding earth movement, option 1. And that limit is $75 million. That's what we insured for last year. Yes, ma'am. Last year's premiums were a little over $2 million. Actually, it was $2.4 million. This year's a little over $2 million. It's $2,091,000. That's a decrease of about 9% overall, with a $329,000 reduction from last year's premiums. Our second option is option 2, all risk including flood, including earth movement, with a $2.5 million flood limit. That's option 2, and as you'll see for the renewal option this year, that's around $2.2 million. And then we have option 3, which is the the property and windstorm insurance, excluding flood, excluding earth movements. That's for $100 million, and that's for $2.4 million. We are recommending option 1 for approval on that.
Wait, okay. I've got, and is that on the big sheet? I read all this, but I mean, I've got the first thing that says not an invoice. So
it should look like this, Commissioner.
Right.
It'd be colored. That's correct.
Right. Okay. And so the option 1 is all risk excluding flood, excluding earth movement.
It's what we had last year,
That's
right?
correct.
Option 1 is exactly what we had, but it went down a little bit in cost. Go to the microphone, please, Mr. Carlo. I'm sure you'll be up there, so. If you look in the green, that is the.
Yes, and there's actually separate flood bought through the NFIP
Yes.
that isn't shown on here, which are the same ones we did last year, which predominantly on the island. So when we say it's excluding it, it is bought back for those properties.
But
For the benefit of the public, could we get Connie to bring up this document on our screens, please?
I don't know if she has it. Do you have that? Can you pull that up?
Yeah, we really ought to have stuff like this available to be able to pull up any time. I agree, because it's a great point.
It is attached to the agenda.
It's attached to the
I'm not sure
agenda?
if it's the
attached to the
document that was
agenda.
on our, is it the same document?
So while she's getting that, Tommy, what you're saying is, though, those buybacks that we do, is that coming in at the same cost as last year's budgeted buybacks? In other words,
I think the flood is the same. It might have gone up some. Most flood is going up because that's through the National Flood Program. It's nominal. Do you remember if those come up this particular time?
I got them right here.
Okay. You go over.
Our flood actually went down like 0.5%. I think the difference was maybe $94 from what we had last year to this year was a total of $94.
Okay, let's let her get that on, because Commissioner Pusley's right. People need to see that.
I don't see it.
I don't see it on the attachment. Is it not attached?
This is not attached because.
No, is the green highlighted thing
Yes,
attached?
it was attached as confidential.
That's why she can't, yes.
And why does that get attached as confidential?
Yeah, I don't even understand all that. Doesn't make sense.
Why, how does, just curious, that wouldn't be confidential, I wouldn't think.
Peyton is going to answer that question, it looks like, yes.
Yeah.
The attachment was attached as confidential, so Connie can't pull it up right now.
Yeah, but why was it attached?
Why was it attached confidential?
I was under the impression that the rates weren't public information. I could have been misinformed.
I mean, I don't know. Well, I mean, I know what you're saying, like when Michael does a bid on something, that those are confidential, but I don't know, is this the same kind of situation?
Because we have bids and we have prices that what we can and can't, what we can approve and not.
That's just how I understood it. If I was mistaken, I apologize.
I think that's how we've put it on in the past, though, is why you did it. So we maybe need to change that practice.
For the future,
Yes.
Judge, we'll definitely, moving forward, make it public.
Okay, so is there any way to get it on so that people can see it now?
Not unless I run to my office or somebody has an electronic version of it.
She can. She's going to email it to Connie to attach real quick.
So while they're doing that, at the end of the day, the same coverage that we had last year shows a reduction of $300 and something thousand, which is a good thing because we certainly need it. And then the flood insurance, you think, went down by 0.5%. The buyback, sorry, went back down by about 0.5 percentage point. Tim?
That's correct.
Well, that's some decent financial news on insurance for a change.
The increase, though, in what we had in our meetings back there is we have not covered cybersecurity, and we believe that we should be doing something. We have 3 different options. Other than covering exactly what we did last year, the only addition that we're asking for potentially this year is the cybersecurity. That is becoming a huge deal, and we had no coverage in the past on that.
That's correct, Judge. We are recommending the $2 million coverage for the $2 million, and that would be, one second here, that would be the option 3. That's correct,
$48,898.
That is correct.
Mm-hmm.
All the other coverages, such as our public official management employment practices, that's pretty much the same. There was no movement or no price increase on that, as well as the volunteers, adults, and juveniles. There was no price increase on that. The automobile liability, there was an increase on that of about 20%. I've been giving the court the quarterly updates with regards to our loss, with our accidents and losses and things of that nature. So that was the reason for that. And our law enforcement liability went up about 9%. That was just it went up 9% across the whole industry through Texas Associations of Counties.
But it still shows at the bottom, unless I'm reading this wrong,
The far right.
savings.
The far right shows what we purchased
Right.
and the cost last year. So they both went up from 165 to 181.
Right, but the total at the bottom, am I reading this wrong? The total
Still
at the bottom?
shows the savings, yes.
Still shows the savings, yes, sir.
Okay,
Still,
well, I mean, that's,
That's still,
and savings with additional coverage.
that is correct.
Absolutely.
Yeah, let's point
Absolutely.
that out, because that doesn't happen. I don't.
Yes.
I mean, really, I look at a lot of this stuff, and so that's really,
That is correct.
now you
And
have it on the screen too, so.
Very well.
Thank you, Connie.
it was kind of small and it's kind of hard to see.
scroll it up, please, so you can see the bottom line, Connie, if you can hear me there, right?
Yes.
There you go, right there.
The total coverage, the far right shows last year's coverage and the total amount we paid. The green highlighted is what you're suggesting we go with this year, the options and the cost, which is still a savings from last year.
So we will expect every year for y'all to come back with more coverage and less cost.
Mr. Collins.
Set the bar, just making sure everybody knows what we're looking for every year now.
You know, I would like to say one thing. The things that went up are with TAC, of which we have no control over. Down at the bottom, in regards to the automobile liability, the law enforcement, and those items, we still help in looking at the different issues with it, but it's through the Texas Association of Counties.
That's a good question. I mean, you would think they would have pretty good buying power. I wonder what that's all about. Maybe they need to hire y'all and do, never mind, go ahead and just.
Anyway.
Or maybe we need to go out for that as well. Are you suggesting, Mr. Carlisle?
No, I still think they're the
Okay.
competitive place to be,
Thank you.
believe me.
Thank you.
And I want to say that's, in my time being here, that we switched over to Carlisle, they've gone above and beyond.
Absolutely.
They do more than
Yes.
what they're asked of. And that's just as a courtesy to Nueces County, to Tim, the relationship they've built with him and with this court. And it doesn't go unnoticed, so thank you. Thank you.
Commissioner Pusley, you have it. Yeah, I know you asked for this. Any other questions or anything?
No, it's always good news when your insurance rates go down, so
Thank
this
you.
is great news for the taxpayers in this community, so thank you very much.
Well, then I will accept a motion to pass
Excuse me,
with
Judge.
the options.
I think, did we want to discuss the flood option?
I thought you didn't have that information other than what was
No,
on
I'm
here.
talking about whether or not we wanted to carry the separate flood.
Okay.
I know we discussed it and, but I let Tom explain.
You know, basically, our recommendation is not to take that. And the reason why is, even though that includes flood, it's going to exclude anything in A and B zones. And when you look at how many other properties could be taken out, you buy the separate flood for it. And we don't feel, even with your past history, it's really on the island in different situations that it's worth the extra money.
So is this line number 2 you're talking about excluding, which would give us even more savings because we take the other option and you think we're covered enough there?
Well, we're just basically suggesting that you stay with how you bought it last year.
Oh, well then, yes.
That's really what it is.
You're still recommending the whole green column.
Still everything in the green.
Yes.
Yes, okay.
That's what he just, I think, brought up the issue that there were
Additional coverage.
other quotes, including flood, and we don't really suggest you do that.
I would make a motion
Yes.
to adopt the recommended 2025 property and casualty insurance summary as highlighted in green on the sheet that we have been provided.
I'll second that motion. Any other discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? The motion passes with one member that has stepped out. Commissioner Gonzalez, thank you. Thank you for being here too.
Thank you.
Yes. On item number 3, I make the motion to table. I got a phone call. There is no update for today, so we'll table to the
Second.
next meeting. We have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? The motion passes. Commissioner, do you want to be shown voting on the insurance that you were?
Yep.
Yes, he wants to be shown as an aye on that. Thank you. Moving on to item number 3, discuss and consider the execution of amendment number 3 to the agreement with SecOps for the Nueces County Security Services to extend the agreement for the final additional year with specified unit price increases and related matters. And I thought somebody was going to be here, or Teresa, or one of y'all.
This is an item for the sheriff's office.
Yes.
This is a standard renewal that's due. The contract does allow for a 5% increase, and that's what's represented here. Sheriff Office has reviewed this item and is recommending approval.
And it is budgeted, or will be budgeted. Is this for the next year? Does it start in the next year, or it starts immediately? Is this why we're voting?
This is adding an additional year. The current contract is going to expire June 8th, so it'll start on June 9th.
Yes, that's why. That's why I thought. We have a motion and a second. Any other discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? The motion passes.
Thank you.
Item number 6, discuss and consider approving a funding source for Packery Channel Nature Park Shoreline Enhancement Project. I think there are several items in this. Discuss and consider approving a method of procurement, an invitation for bids, and to authorize the purchasing agent to publish a notice. I like how we get all of this done in one thing. Do you want to talk to us about this, Scott?
Oh, okay. Yeah. It's the Living Shoreline Project. It's 100% grant funded through a program through the GLO. I think that one is at 3.6 million and some change. And so we've got our federal permit. I'll tell you what, we got our federal permit and an individual permit, not a nationwide, individual permit in 7 months. That's unheard of. So we had a lot of cooperation from the Army Corps over there. A good lady by the name of Ashley did that one for us. So, yeah, I'd recommend you approve us going out for bids. We'll get this out for bids, and we'll probably be done with it probably sometime in 2026. And this is the Living Shoreline component, and this also is the small public fishing pier, because when we do the Living Shoreline, it's kind of like you see breakwaters, like riprap material. Well, you can't stand on the shore and cast over that and fish, and a lot of people fish there. So the pier will go out, and the main body of the pier will set over that Living Shoreline, so people will still have access to fish Packery Channel.
And you have the money in hand at this point,
Yeah.
too, correct? Right.
Yeah.
Just want to reinforce that to
Yes.
everybody. So this is another great project gotten and approved by the Coastal Parks Board and gotten by the Coastal Parks Director, Mr. Cross, who does, like I say, is the grant king of Nueces County. So I would make a motion to approve the item to move forward.
Yes, the funding source, the method of procurement, and allowing the purchasing agent to publish a notice. So all of the items on there, if you can read the agenda item, it's approving all three at once.
At some point, we're going to have to close the shoreline off when we do this. So when we get ready, temporarily, yeah. But when we get ready to,
Big word.
Yeah, I'm sorry, but we don't know what the contractor's means and methods are going to be, whether they're going to be from a barge or whether they're going to be from the land. And so we don't want to dictate that. That drives up our pricing. So once we figure that out while they're doing that, the shoreline won't be accessible.
Yeah, and when we do that, again, and the judge was very good when we had to do some temporary construction only, I hate to use the word closure, but restriction, let's call it restriction, and she was very good about sending out a press release, so let's make sure that
Yes, sir.
we do that.
Yes, sir.
Do the same thing, because we don't
I'm
want
even
the
going to have a
public-
sign up that shows what's coming. That way people know, okay, you're a little inconvenienced, but look what you're getting.
Right.
Okay.
And
Do you
don't
have
leave,
that
I got another
motion?
issue I need to ask you about
It's
before you
3,
leave.
approve
off
of the
record.
funding source, approve the method of procurement, and to authorize the purchasing agent to publish a notice. Oh, nobody, I'll second. You're seconding, or you want to
Yeah,
talk?
I'll second, but I do have a couple of questions.
Yes, go ahead.
If I could, please, Your Honor.
Yes, please.
And Commissioner Chesney, I'm not trying to get in your business whatsoever.
Get on in, man.
But I was out of town the last 2 days, as you know, and I just didn't get to follow it with you. So I'm a little curious, and I'm just trying to get up to speed here, Scott. The city just finished a huge project in partnership with the GLO and restoration of the Packery Channel shoreline, as you well know.
Mm-hmm.
So how does this play into that? I mean,
They're really not connected. What you're doing there is you're stabilizing that shoreline.
No, I understand that, but I'm talking about what, how does this interface with the city of Corpus Christi? I mean, the Packery Channel, does that belong to the city, the county, or?
Well, it's submerged lands. It belongs to the GLO. You're in state waters. And yeah, the city is responsible for Packery Channel. itself. But I mean, we took the project before ISAC because we got a no wake sign.
Hold on. What he's saying though is, how does it interfere? This is the Packery Channel Nature Park that we own. So he's just trying to distinguish. Yeah. Before you go down that.
Sorry.
Yes. So this is property we own. The Packery Channel, it's just called the Packery Channel Nature Park. Okay. So that's what, because it's right, it abuts up to it. So, but we own this property.
Okay, this is county, that's what I'm getting at.
Yes, sir, I'm sorry. Yes, sir.
This is county property.
38 acres owned fee and simple from the county. We don't have any deed restrictions on it, you know. Okay. And it was designated a nature park back in 2010 when Commissioner Caslis was on the Commissioner's Court.
Okay, all right, I'm good. I understand that. Thank you very much.
We have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? The motion passes unanimously. The next one, item number 7, discuss and consider approving a funding source for Packery Channel Nature Park habitat creation and public access project. It looks like this will be all three. The funding source, method of procurement, and authorizing the purchasing agent to publish a notice. Explain the difference in this project from the last one.
Okay, this one's more upland. If I know most of y'all been out there and seen Packery Channel. And you know how we did that CAP project with federal grant funds a long time ago. We extended the boardwalk and we created all that birding habitat around it.
But
so
this is still on the county park.
Yeah, on the county
Channel
park.
Property. Let's make clear.
And
Yes.
so what we're going to do is we're going to add an additional 3,800 linear feet of boardwalk with covered kiosks and bump outs. Bump outs are like little things outdoor, tripods don't get in the way, and create an additional 2.5 acres of more of this bird habitat. We've had great success over the last 8 years. We got great data collection on that project. It's just been successful.
Another grant.
Yeah, another grant.
Received.
This one's
3.4. Make the motion to approve.
Yeah.
We have a motion and a second. Any
Scott,
other discussion?
Just
Go
real
ahead.
quick, would
Yes.
you, as you're going forward, I can't remember if we've got this yet or not, but it would really be cool to put out some renderings, if we have some renderings, or just something that would show the public where this is and what we're doing, because this is a incredibly cool project that is going to be another great enhancement out there. But it'd be really nice to have some visual for guys like me who, need visual.
Yes, I have them. I have conceptual.
I figured you did. So if you can maybe just send it to us, and meaning the whole court, so we can look at it and we can make sure and use it for purposes that we need to use it for.
Yeah, sure. I didn't even think about it.
Excellent point,
Yes.
Mr. Chesney. And I would say to all our directors and staff that are making presentations, the more pictures and graphics that you can have, the better, so that we I wouldn't have had to ask the question, is this city property or is this county property? So anyway, I think all of that is very helpful. So thank you.
We have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? The motion passes unanimously.
No, I've still got more.
I know, you're still there.
Sorry, come on up.
Item number 8, discuss and consider approval of 90-day renewal for dune protection permit for the proposed single-family residence at 109 Mustang. And all related, you want to talk to us about this one, the proposed 90-day renewal?
Yeah, this is an extension request for the dune protection permit. It was originally approved on June 14th of 2022. There have been no changes to the plan since that previous approval. It's for a 3-level single-family residence located on Lot 4 of Mustang Island Estates. Other improvements include the driveway, in-ground pool, fencing. All construction activities will occur seaward of the 1,000-foot dune protection line.
It's just a date extension.
Yes, they're asking for an additional 90 days while they go through the permit process again, so there's no gap for the permit while they're in construction. It's anticipated to take 12 to 14 months.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any other discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? The motion passes. Thank you. And item number 9. Receive into record job order contract NCCP-014 with LMC Corporation for the Horace Caldwell Pier concession renovation project for the total amount of $644,533.92 as authorized by the Coastal Parks Board.
On this one, you really should probably vote on this because under the job order contracting program, that bid there from LMC, anything over 50,000, I have to bring to Commissioner's Court. That's the way the job program was set up. So you really should vote to approve that bid, and that bid is a solid bid. It's a good numbers. Our architect, Emily Rosie Paul, has already looked at it. And so that's a little clarification that you wanted to make on that under the job order contracting program.
Well, and for, again, Commissioners Court edification, we have, again, discussed this before, brought this to court before, voted on this before. These were, the COs, I think, were precinct 4 COs.
No, there were the previous judge got them over there. I don't know how she got them there.
The 2020. Well, no, don't say it like that.
Now, thank you. We have 25 more questions.
Yeah, we got to play that.
So there
Way to go, Scott.
Commissioner. Oh.
Yeah.
I think
It was
Teresa maybe
voted on
has
by
an
this
answer
court.
for you.
Yeah, she didn't put them over there. It was
Well,
voted on by this court. Don't
yes, sir.
say it like that because you're going to ring everybody's bell. So this was voted on by this court previously. I know you're joking, but just be careful.
Oh, yeah, I don't know how they got there. I mean,
Yeah. So
But they were allocated.
I didn't request them.
And the CIP.
The 2021 COs were a part of the CIP plan for the Horace Caldwell Pier
We already had
ramp.
that answer.
They were already
Thank you.
allocated.
thank you.
The other funds for the hurricane.
Right, the court voted on this.
I mean,
The judge
foot and
did
mouth.
not- Right. No, it's okay. No problem. You're doing a great job, but that is a sensitive subject up here, and for obvious reasons. So this was, all of this has been previously voted on by the Commissioners Court because there had to be funds allocated so that the Parks Board could approve it. So let's be real clear on that. And the sale of assets, for example, was from the property that we sold on Allister to the city of Port Aransas, of which we allocated as a court a portion of that, and a large portion of that also went into the general fund.
Yes.
So,
And can I just add to that, that the job order contracting program was approved by Commissioners Court. It was a properly bid out project. LMC Corporation is an awarded vendor under that program, so they meet the competitive bidding requirements of the Purchasing Act. So that process is legitimate in terms of selecting that vendor for this project.
Do we sign that contract then, or does Coastal Parks sign it?
You signed it.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yes.
When you said,
signed-
do you think we should bring it to court, I thought, does Coastal Parks take care of this on their own? Or
We normally
do this anyway for all the
Yes,
Coastal
for all of our
Park
other job
projects.
order contract projects, which we do with Edward, with Juan,
Yes.
same thing, we come up for one item, and these are all the 14 vendors that the court approved, and we're allowed to use any one of them for these projects.
Thank you.
The program works great. I mean, we're really getting in a battle rhythm with the program and getting some projects out.
Make the motion
Judge,
to approve.
yeah, second.
We have a motion and a second. Any other discussion?
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes, go ahead.
Do we, and maybe I just haven't seen it, do we have any illustrations yet on this, Scott, from the architect?
You know, I do. I'm sorry about that. Yes, I do. I have a floor plan that the architect put together, and I'll email it to y'all.
Please, thank you very much.
So, I didn't even think about
In the
that. Sorry.
future, we'll get everyone to bring illustrations when they can. So, yes, thank you.
Yeah, just as part of the, attachment.
Yeah,
That'd be great.
that space was built in 1983. It hadn't changed since then. It's going to be
Commissioner Gonzalez,
pretty
you have a
nice.
question?
And then we'll put out on RFP for a concessionaire, and then we'll get a concessionaire going in there. I've got temporary stuff set up there right now because I can't afford to lose that point of sale up there on that pier right now. Y'all need revenue, and I intend on making you all of it I can get.
Okay.
So-
Commissioner
I was
Gonzalez
gonna,
has a
the
question.
same thing, Commissioner Pusley has to, the design, and do we vote on design? Well, I don't even remember there was renovation. I thought it was the pier was being, extended or worked on.
This is Port A.
This is
You're right, Port Aransas,
Horace
right?
Yeah,
Caldwell.
there's no work on the pier. This is just renovation of the inside of the space. It's already built space.
It's already built.
So there's not a,
Pier concession renovation.
it's the concession. It's that,
I don't even remember that. Maybe, like I said, I don't, a while back maybe. But as far as and I don't remember even seeing the design on it either, but I would like to see it, before. But you said we already voted on it? You said it's already done deal as far as the design?
we voted on the allocation and the project, but I haven't seen the
The floor
interior.
plan design?
Yeah, the full.
Yeah, no, y'all haven't seen it. That was the park board who's been.
Coastal Parks
Yeah.
Board did.
And let me tell you, they've seen it every month for a year.
Well, not just about them seeing it, you know.
Well, yeah, I mean, if I'd have thought about it, I'd attach a little diagram. I didn't even think about it. I mean, Commissioner Pusley makes a great idea there, you know.
In the future for our projects, yes. We have a motion and a second. Any other discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? The motion passes. Thank you very much, unanimously. Item number 10, discuss and consider approving an execution of supplemental agreement number 2 between Nueces County and Jacobs Engineering Group for the rebuilding of the Bob Hall Pier for additional scope of work, additional cost, extending termination date, and related matters. Do you want to pull this, Commissioner Chesney? I have a note to pull this to executive potential.
Yeah, we have to go to
Yes.
executive on that. Yes,
Okay.
ma'am.
Sorry for reading all that out.
No, that's my bad. I should have caught it. Sorry.
Yeah.
It's on there anyway. It's on
Yes.
there.
Yeah.
Item number 11 then, discuss and consider upcoming Commissioners Court meeting dates, workshop dates. Anybody have any conflict they want to,
Is it appropriate if we wanted to ask for something to be included on a future meeting in this section, or is that not doable?
this is just dates.
If I wanted to suggest an
It
item
says
to be
related.
added to a future.
It says related
Where-
matters.
Yeah,
I think
go
so.
ahead. What do
Okay.
you want?
Well, I think further to Commissioner Gonzalez's comments this morning, that we ought to schedule a presentation item, if you will, for a future meeting to basically inform the public of what happened yesterday afternoon and just give an update. I think that's a very appropriate thing to do. So at the next meeting, if we could.
You put an agenda if you want.
Yeah, just make it an agenda item.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
And that's all I had.
Okay, any other scheduling dates, problems, anything? Moving,
I looked, and it doesn't impact the meeting calendar, but I will be out of the country from July 3rd to July 9th.
okay.
We'll miss you.
I know. I'll miss you too.
Mine sounded more sincere.
Moving on to item B1, discuss and consider adopting a resolution approving the construction of improvements to the water system and wastewater system facilities in Banquete, Texas area in collaboration with the Nueces County Water Control and Improvement District 5, and authorize the execution of interlocal agreements between Nueces County Water Control and Improvement District 5 related to the Banquete water improvement projects and related matters. Commissioner Pusley, I believe you.
Can I ask
Yes.
real quick before he starts?
Yes.
I wouldn't mind taking this one to an executive. I've got some questions on this one too that I'd like to hear from our attorneys on, if you don't mind.
No, that's fine. I'm
Okay.
fine with that. Yeah.
Well, then moving on, we'll come back to that one, to Public Works. Item number 1, discuss and consider approval of change order number 1, increase of 13. Is there 11? Did I miss it?
That's the Commissioner's Court one. That's what Commissioner. What's the Commissioner's Court one?
That was, we didn't have it, we don't have a vote on that.
Oh, okay.
Yes. And we're bringing
Sorry.
B1 into executive and, okay, I'm where I need to be.
Sorry.
That's okay. I need help all the time. Discuss and consider approval of change order number 1, increase of $13,853.75 for Precinct 1 ARPA Stonegate Drainage Improvement Project and all related matters. Precinct 1 Commissioner and Huxley and Juan is up there, so can you explain the increase?
Yes, Judge and Commissioners, this is just an increase for the electrical, for Nueces Electric to pay for the poles for relocating. This was within the drainage structure. And then it's also to put an additional structure, not an additional, but a system for the, also for the water reuse type of structure. It's just a mechanism for it.
Second.
We have a motion and a second.
Sorry.
That's okay. All those, any other questions?
And
Your Honor, just so that for the public's information, this is a detention pond, if you will, for that whole area. We've had some significant drainage issues, and the project is progressing very well. I guess, I had one quick question. Somehow or another in our discussions, I missed what this trash rack thing is about. Can you explain that real quick?
Yes, Commissioner. This is for the drainage structure that goes into the pond itself, and it's just a cover for itself, so that way the trash won't go into the structure. It's just more of a debris mechanism.
Okay. And then we will have periodic times where we're going to need to clean that out, I assume.
Yes, sir. Well, it'll be part of the once we go out there and if we start reusing the water, we can go out there and once it starts going at a certain level, we can go on there and clean it out. Okay, sure. I do want to mention, Judge and Commissioner, this project is about 100 days ahead of schedule.
Yeah.
And it is under the budget. So probably in the next Commissioner's Court, we will be bringing a substantial completion for the project.
Yeah.
Perfect.
Yeah, the contractor's done an excellent job getting this done.
Yes, Commissioner. They did a great job.
Yeah.
We have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? The motion passes unanimously. Item number 2, discuss and consider adopting an order approving a request for proposals under the Local Government Code 262.030 as the method of procurement for purchase of elevator maintenance services, and authorize the purchasing agent to publish a notice and delegate evaluation authority to an evaluation committee in related matters.
Judge and Commissioner, we're requesting for RFPs for the maintenance of the elevators. That way we can get some additional proposals for looking at other contractors.
So this would be a 3-time request for proposals, authorize the purchasing agent to publish the notice, and delegate the evaluation authority to a committee.
That's correct, Judge.
3 things, yes. And does this, I'm sure this does, but just like for public purposes to state, this covers us 24/7 for the jail. That's part of the proposal.
That's correct.
We have to be covered. I just wanted to make sure.
It's for the, yes, ma'am. It's for the courthouse and the jail.
Yes. So I'd make the motion, I guess, to approve.
Second.
We have a motion and a second.
Just a quick comment, Your Honor. One, when we get to this, I'm going to have some questions about, I understand the elevators in the tower are separate and different in the jail, but all of us have been coming in here for a while, and these elevators that service the 2 floors here are always broken. They've been broken for years, so we need to have some discussion about what we do on a go-forward basis. Do we need to upgrade those? And I've always been curious as to why there's no stairway on the other end of this building. So there is on this side, but if something happened to the elevator down there, which is broke down now, how would people in an emergency situation get out of that area there? So we need to have a discussion about all that.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Yes. And potentially in budget, just as we've talked about throughout the years, waiting on parts for these elevators has cost us quite a bit of time, potentially working with the vendors. But I understand the problem is we have so many different types of elevators as well. So, but yes, we do need to have major discussions coming up in this next budget cycle.
Yes, ma'am.
There is a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? The motion passes unanimously. Item number 3, discuss and consider posting the speed limit signs on County Road 105 north of State Highway 44 outside of the city limits of Agua Dulce and related matters. This is Precinct 1.
Yes, Your Honor. The Mayor of Agua Dulce and some of the constituents there contacted me early on and made a request for this. I went over, visited the area, got with Juan and his staff. One of his staff members graciously joined us to look at this, and then they did a survey, traffic count, if you will, and the Public Works has recommended this as a solution, and so I would move that we approve this. And Juan, unless you have any other comments.
No, sir. We're recommending the posting the speed limit sign, Commissioner.
Okay.
Second with some discussion, Judge.
Yes.
So this doesn't fall under TxDOT responsibility as far as the signage?
No, Commissioner, since
This is a county road.
it is a County Road 105.
Oh, it's 105. Okay,
Yes,
I was
sir.
thinking it was 44. Oh,
Yes,
okay.
sir.
I
Yes,
was
sir.
looking at the map. I was a little backwards because you had 105 running. It looked like east to west
Yes,
to
sir.
me.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. It's our county road.
That's
Yes, sir.
what it is. Okay, gotcha.
Turn your map
Okay.
the other way, Commissioner.
I asked that.
Turn your map.
Too.
I saw it was laying on the side, so I'm used to seeing 105 going north and south. So
Yes, sir.
okay.
So we have a motion and a second. Any other discussion? Commissioner Pusley and Commissioner Modas, I was looking at, yes.
Yeah.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? The motion passes unanimously. Item number 4, discuss and consider authorizing the Director of Public Works to procure a consultant to assist with the Nueces County Courthouse fire protection system and related matters.
So moved.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any other discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? The motion passes.
I got one question. Where's the funding coming from?
We're going to have to, we're going to have to find it.
Are they going to bring like a proposal back so we know how much we need and then we can look
We'll
for the
have to
funds?
look for the funds then, yes. Do you work with anybody when you do consultants like that or professionals?
Yes, Judge. We can reach out to several of them. Yes, ma'am. Or to one of them. Yes, ma'am.
Keep in touch with Teresa in our office as
Yes,
well,
ma'am, we will.
please. Yes. Item D1.
Thank you. Thank you, Judge. Thank you, Commissioner.
I appreciate it.
Yes,
Thank
ma'am.
you. Sorry. Purchasing, discuss, and consider conditional selection of Snelling Staffing and Buzz Plan LLC for personnel services. This is for temporary services. I make the motion to approve.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any other discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? The motion passes. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Judge and Commissioners. I would want to add that Melinda did an excellent job of reviewing. We had about 14 different companies that applied for this, and she went through all that work very diligently and arriving at the recommendation that you have before you today. So thanks again.
Thank you. Thank you, Melinda. Item E1, the Auditor's Office. Discuss and consider authorizing approving the sole source purchase with Superion LLC, Central Square Company, for One Solution maintenance renewal of the One Solution financial system for Nueces County Auditor's Office. And I believe we had this on the agenda, and then you had a meeting with Commissioner Pusley, and y'all, I assume, worked things out. So you want to tell us how that went, Mr. Grayson?
Yes, so my recommendation is still to go with the 6 months. We could not get them to agree to any options. So if we went with the year and finished early, we'd just lose all the money that we put into it. So at 6 months, we should get all of the data on our servers and be able to transfer it into Workday and be done with One Solution at that point.
And Daryl was included in those meetings, understanding that we need to get that transferred and up and running as quickly as possible. Commissioner Pusley, you chaired that meeting, so.
I did, Your Honors, and I had all the numbers in front of me. I left it laying on my desk. Kim, if you can hear me, would you please bring that to me? We went over this extensively in 2 meetings, and the good news is we are not going to do a 1-year contract on this. It'll be a 6-month contract with One Solution to move this forward. IT feels confident that they can acquire all of our data by then, and then we will start the process of moving it over. They have 2 applications that we will need to license to make that process go as smoothly as possible. The cost of that is going to be around $50K, if I remember correctly, and is that right? Like I said, I don't have my sheet in front of me.
66. So we're still waiting for the hard quote on that. That was based on a soft quote, but we do have something that came in, I guess it was this morning to my team, and they had misunderstood, or we had misunderstood. It looks like the total for both is around the same price as the One Solution for 1 year. So that 50,000 was just for the prism to bring it in.
Yeah, that's
Now we're
what I
gonna
said
spend
for the two applications, for the PRISM and the other piece, Success, is that what it was called?
Workday Success Plans.
Yeah, that it's going to be about 50,000 for both of those.
No, he's saying it's going to be the same as a 1 year.
Yeah.
He's saying now it's going to be 132,000.
Yes.
It's going to be the two costs.
Right. So
included. He's kidding.
that's what. So I was under the impression that it was 50,000 for both, but as I asked again, it was 50,000 for each, and then it's actually 90 and 50. So one's 90 and one's 50. They were trying to combine the two, and I have it right here.
And we have to have all of that in order to proceed with
You do not.
being. Oh, okay.
No, Prism's the one that you have to bring it into Workday. The Workday Success Plan is a longer-term item that would help optimize every year. So every year we get ongoing support from Workday to optimize and bring efficiencies into the system.
And I think Daryl's back there. Do you have anything to add while he gets his information? Yes.
Yes, I want to talk about the what we're doing right now that has already been funded with Strata, which we're working on getting the data from one solution into a database server here locally, and then it's a matter of getting that data over into Workday, and that's actually part of the phase that's being funded, has already been funded, and what Strata's working on now. This phase of one thing, and I was looking over an email between them and Lisa prior to bringing it to court, and with the statement of work attached, and she was having them make it very clear that that was going to be the case. So I think there's a little bit of confusion here on that, in that these tools from Workday, which are great tools and help you work your data into areas within Workday, there's no commitment on that right now. The biggest thing here to me was that we look at this one solution, retaining them, and the 6 months. The 6 month will suffice, because if we can't do it in 6 months, then to me there's some part of it that's not doable. And so what Strata right now is working with pieces that why the data didn't come over properly in the first place. So we just have to get to that part where we're actually working directly with them with this data. And they're also, with this phase that Strata is doing, they're working on some of the items within Workday directly, getting the budget straightened out for Grayson and his group. So that
Daryl, wait a minute. I thought we were getting away from Strata.
Yes, well, I'm talking about what Strata's doing right now. See, they're working on this phase that was done that y'all approved a couple of commissioners' courts ago that was still done under Lisa, and those are very viable fixes that they're working on. So when I'm looking at this with what we can do at Workday, it includes working with the data, but more when you're already inside of in the Workday application. So the main thing, I'm not really changing anything from our conversation yesterday, other than just reminding everyone that we have Strata working on this data ingestion now, and so that's what we need to be keeping an eye on with them, is that all of that goes good, and then we see what do we really need to work directly with Workday on before we make any further commitments.
So I guess that's not what I understood in the conversation yesterday.
Yes, a lot of this got cleared up. I was still doing a lot of research, and I went back and talked to Workday again, because whenever I was concerned about out of our conversation yesterday, which with this, what was overlooked was that Workday had sent a price proposal on Prism, and in there it said it had two different costs, and the lower cost was associated with purchasing it bundled with WSP, which stands for Workday Success Plans. So no one was seeing a number for Workday Success Plans. And so whenever I saw the write-up from Grayson that he was going to hand over to you for notes for this agenda item, I picked up on that, and I inquired with them to get some stuff, and they and actually Harry had already been doing the same thing. So when I saw Grayson this morning, We both had the same number there, and so that was an oversight, but that's not a commitment. What we're looking at here is our biggest problem right now was this data that failed at implementation time right at the end of that. And to me, what we're trying to fix right now should have been done at implementation time. And so we got to get through that first.
So we've changed the conversation from what we had yesterday? I mean,
a little bit.
Yeah, a little bit. Well, somebody should have told me about that this morning before I came in here in the court and made a fool out of myself.
Well, actually, we had a conversation on it, the three of us this morning, and that conversation ran right up to 9 o'clock, and that's when they came in here. And so.
Okay, well, I'm going to stop you there, Darrell. The one thing that the court asked me to do last week, or I volunteered to do, was find out whether we needed a 1-year extension or a 6-month extension of purchasing or trying to work with One Solution Company to get our data. We've ascertained, unless y'all have changed your mind since this morning, that we can do that with a 6-month contract. Is that correct?
Yeah,
That's
yes,
all we
yes.
need to find out today.
For how much,
so.
Mike?
Yeah.
Or Commissioner? I'm sorry.
Yeah, now what I can't answer to is.
$66,148 for a 6-month contract.
Right, and then what Grayson is saying is completely different, and what Daryl's saying is completely
No,
different.
they're
Well,
saying
you
we
just-
may have to do additional later, but this is what we have to have right now to get that.
There's going to be some cost down the road for
Additional cost,
for moving the
yes.
data. This $66,000 is to allow us access to the One Solution application to finish exporting the data out of their database over into the One Solution, the Workday database. But we're just going to get that in a flat file format, and then we're going to have additional consulting and additional applications to help maneuver that from the flat file into Workday. And what I was told yesterday at 1 o'clock when we met was that was going to involve an application called Prism and another module of Workday called Success Planning.
Yes, sir.
And the cost of that was going to be somewhere in the neighborhood of $50,000.
Constance has something
Has
she'd
that
like to
changed?
No, Commissioner, you are correct.
Can you speak in your microphone?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes.
The cost for Prism, if we bundle it with that Workday solution, would be about $50,000. But that $50,000 is only for Prism. So that's something we figured out.
No, I understood that.
Okay, yes, sir.
Understood that.
So you
It's
made
in
it correct.
addition to the $66,000, correct?
Yes, the $66,000 is phase one to bring the information into the county, and then to incorporate it into our system is the Prism for $49,000. Now, if we were not to do that Workday Solutions, the cost would be almost $69,000 separate. So we don't have to do the Workday Solutions. We could just go with the Prism. You see what I'm saying? So if we bundled Prism with that Workday Solution, the cost would be cheaper.
No, I
Yes,
understand,
sir.
I understand that, but y'all told me yesterday you were going to need 2 applications to
Correct.
do this.
That's correct.
Prism and Success, correct?
Success, I don't think we need that. I mean, that's something we definitely can consider, but to read the data, we
And the
definitely
cost
need.
of Prism is going to be
It's $49,000 if we.
$50,000.
If we bundle it with Success. If we don't use Success, it's going to be about $69,000.
When will you know what we need? When will this vote
It's going to be
need to
more
take
if we
place?
don't use it with it?
Correct, because Workday, if you buy 2 things together, it's going to be cheaper than if you just buy one by itself. We don't necessarily need the Workday Success to operate, to get this
How
data.
long do you want per dollar?
Okay, so, but we don't have the answer on whether we're going to need that yet, or I understood yesterday when we talked that you were going to need it.
That I'll have to defer to Grayson and Daryl on that one.
That's what
Yeah.
Daryl and Grayson told me.
Okay.
But all we're doing today is one solution.
Yes,
right?
yes, correct. Yeah, so we're getting into something that we, yes.
Well, no, I mean, but it's good clarification, and I appreciate Commissioner Pusley jumping into this,
right.
but you didn't make a fool of yourself. That would,
No.
but it is frustrating. I know you're frustrated. I understand why, so.
Okay, well, but Commissioners and Judge, what I wanted to clarify, make sure we understood is that we're going to do a 6-month contract with One Solution to acquire all of our data, and the cost of that is going to be $66,148.45.
So moved.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any other discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? The motion passes. Thank you. And I am sure we will have many more discussions on this, it looks like. I think we're about ready to go into executive. Let me get executive session. Public notice is given that the Commissioners Court may elect to go into an executive session anytime during the meeting to discuss matters listed anywhere on the agenda when authorized by the provisions of the Open Meetings Act, Chapter 551 of the Texas Government Code. To the extent there's been a past practice of distinguishing items for public deliberation and those for executive session, the public is advised that the court is departing from that practice and reserves the right to discuss any listed agenda item in executive session when authorized by law to do so. In the event the Commissioners Court elects to go into executive session regarding an agenda item, the section or sections of the Open Meetings Act authorizing the executive session will be publicly announced by the presiding officer in accordance with the authority of the Government Code, Vernon's Texas Code, Section 551.071, 551.072, 551.073, 551.074, 551.0745, 551.076, 551.086, 551.087. The Commissioners Court will hold an executive session to consult with attorneys, including matters related to litigation, deliberate regarding real property, prospective gifts, personnel matters, including termination, county advisory bodies, security devices, and/or economic development negotiations and other matters that may be discussed in executive session. Upon completion of the executive session, the Commissioners Court may, in an open session, take such action as appropriate on items discussed in the executive session. Today's item A is consult with the county attorney and outside counsel on legal matters related to cause number 2024-CCV-60001-3, Nueces County versus Jones Family Trust and all related matters, Government Code 551.071. Item B, consult with the county attorney regarding the Corpus Christi Housing Authority and Cameron County Housing Finance Corporation tax exempt issue and all related matters. Take action in open session if necessary. Government Code 551.071. This one didn't have it on there. Item C, consult with the county attorney regarding the CPS energy tax exemption issue and all related matters. Take action in open session if necessary. 551.071 government code on that one as well, unless Jenny tells me otherwise. Thank you. Item D, consult with the county attorney and outside counsel on legal matters related to Sarah Longoria versus Nueces County 225 CV 00012 in the Southern District of Texas, Texas Government Code 551.071. Discuss, consider, and take action in regular session if necessary. Item E, consult with the county attorney regarding options regarding high-cost prescription claims and related matters, Texas Government Code 551.071. Take action in open session if necessary. Item F, consult with the county attorney on the hiring of Ricardo Navarro with Denton, Navarro, Rocha, Burnell, Hyde, and Zach, PC attorneys at law, on legal matters related to collective bargaining and related matters, 551.071. Take action if necessary. Item G, consult with the county attorney regarding the appointment, employment, evaluation, reassessment, or duties of the Nueces County Director of Human Resources applicants, Texas Government Code 551.071. Take action if necessary. And item 3A10, discuss and consider approving execution of supplemental agreement number 2 between Nueces County, Jacobs Engineering Group for the rebuilding of Bob Hall Pier for additional scope of work, additional cost, extended termination date, and related matters. Government Code 551.071. Item B1, discuss and consider adopting a resolution approving the construction of improvements to the water system and the wastewater system facilities in the Banquete, Texas area in collaboration with Nueces County Water Control and Improvement District number 5, and authorize the execution of interlocal agreements between Nueces County and Nueces County Water Control and Improvement District 5 And this would be Government Code 551.071 as well. It is 10:56. Those are the only items we had to pull in, and we are going to executive session now. Thank you. Lots of them. It's going to be a while. Okay, Connie. The recording is still paused.
Recording in progress.
Thank you. We are back from executive session. It is 2:40. I'll call this meeting back to order. Bring up 3B1. Commissioner Huxley, I believe you have a motion for 3B1.
Yes, Your Honor. Thank you very much. I would like to make a motion to offer an amendment to the two interlocal agreements that are attached to this item. One is for the water improvements, the other is for the wastewater. In both of those agreements, we are going to remove items number 5 and number 9 from the agreement as it, let's see, and that'll be, well, there's actually under the
County's portion.
Yeah, but there's two number 9 and two number 5s and two number 9s on this contract. So it'll be the items under the parties agreed to the county shall. And under that section, we will remove items number 5 and 9 on both interlocal agreements. And once that's redrafted, then that will be submitted to the water district for their approval, and then the county judge will sign on behalf of the county.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
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 Abstain.
We have one abstain, 4 ayes.
And then, Your Honor, I would make a motion that we approve the main motion, which is to approve moving forward with the two projects for the Banquetti area for the improvements to both the water and wastewater as depicted in the grants and the item listed.
Second.
And I believe there was clarification that we, the county, would be the contractor and
Yes.
procurement and handle all the funds and turn this project over once completed.
Yes, that is absolutely correct. The county will be the project manager for this project, and once it's completed, it will be signed over to the Nueces County Water Control District number 5 for maintenance and continued operation.
Yes, we have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? The motion, or he's abstaining. Do you have to abstain?
sorry.
Yes. 4 ayes, 1 abstain. I'm sorry. On this one, it's the same. Since Commissioner Chesney, you're back, we'll do 3A10.
Yes, ma'am. I would make a motion to amend the supplemental agreement number 2, and the amount instead of the amount proposed would be for $75,000 for a full and final completion of all items. No additional funds to be provided. This is related to the Bob Hall Pier and Restaurant due to the unanticipated expenses and time incurred by the engineer on this project.
I'll second that motion. All those in favor say aye.
I'm sorry,
Aye.
Judge, and also it would be extending the termination date of the agreement out as well. So just wanted to add that into
to your
the record.
motion.
Yes,
Yes,
ma'am.
okay.
Sorry.
I still second that. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? The motion passes unanimously.
And Judge, I would also, I need to make a subsequent motion on that for you, without further court intervention, to be able to sign that amendment pending legal review so that there's no delay on that as well.
I'll second that motion as well. So all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? The motion passes unanimously. Then moving on to item 4B, I have a motion. I move that we authorize the county attorney to proceed with taking the necessary and appropriate action to protect and pursue the Nueces County's legal status including the engagement of outside counsel if necessary to protect and pursue Nueces County's legal status and potential claims in connection with the Corpus Christi Housing Authority and Cameron County Housing Finance Corporation tax exempt issue as outlined in our closed session.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? The motion passes unanimously. And then on 4C is very similar. I move that we authorize the county attorney to proceed with taking necessary and appropriate action, including potentially the engagement of outside counsel to protect and pursue Nueces County's legal status and potential claims in connection with the CPS Energy engagement or offer letter. And anything else I need to say on that one? No.
Taxes on the tax exempt.
Tax exempt issue for CPS Energy. I knew I left something out. It didn't come out right, so thank you. We have a motion and a second by Commissioner Gonzalez. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? The motion passes. On 4D, I believe.
That's mine, Judge.
Yes.
Oh, no, that's Commissioner Pusley's. My apologies.
Yes, Your Honor, I would, on item 4D, I would move that we approve the agreement to settle the dispute with Sarah Longoria versus Nueces County in this, as per the Jenny, as per the agreement?
I sent it to you, Mike.
Mediated.
As per the mediation agreement?
Did you not get the email or message?
Oh, God, I'm sorry. Stand by, Your Honor.
It was a busy executive session, sorry. Lengthy.
We were in there too long. Okay, let me back up. Motion to approve the settlement amount of $99,500 with an effective date of the agreement to be the date the county receives signed release from plaintiff, and to direct the auditor to issue the check within 30 days of the effective date of the agreement, and to authorize the judge to sign the agreement without further court action.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? The motion passes. Item E. I believe that one was.
That one's still pending, or?
Judge, I had a motion, and I can't remember which one we related that one to. That one was going to be, on E. E.
On the,
E,
yes.
right? Is it that what you
Sorry.
said? I apologize.
Yes.
I didn't hear. Yeah, Judge, pursuant to Local Government Code 175.003C, Nueces County, a motion, pursuant to Local Government Code 175.003C, Nueces County will exercise its right to substitute Medicare supplemental health benefits coverage as the coverage provided for a retired county employee who receives health benefits coverage under this chapter, including the dependent, after the date that person becomes eligible for federal Medicare benefits. That's the motion.
I'll second the motion. Sorry. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? The motion passes. And one last one, G.
Yes.
F?
We didn't do anything.
No, F no action. No, G. Thank you. Believe me.
Which one?
It's a little crazy today. G, the HR position.
I'll make a motion on that, right?
Yes.
Oh, you're waiting on me. I thought
Yes.
you said no action. Okay.
No, he said F. That was a different
then.
one. Yes. uh-huh.
Okay, with respect to item G, Your Honor, I would like to make a motion that we offer employment to Mr. James Landers for the position of our Director of Human Resources, subject to a 6-month probationary period at the posted salary.
We have a motion and a second by Commissioner Gonzalez. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? The motion passes. Are there any other business that I think might have passed up with all of this craziness? Are there any adjournments in memory? None? There being none, it is 2:51, going once, twice. Nobody has anything. We are adjourned. Thank you.